difficulties this morning, so we only have a couple of limited camera angles. We'll hopefully get those sorted as the day goes on. But we are here for the postponed semi-final match between the Essex Arrows and the Herts Toucans. This match was postponed from the previous weekend due to an injured player. So now the winner of this game will face up against the London Mets in the final today and 2 games tomorrow if need be. So that final will be a 3-game final. Today the semi-final is a 7-inning game of baseball. We have everything else as normal, and we're just about to get to the first pitch. Okay, we'll have to describe a few pitches before we get the cameras in place and get everything going, but we will have that with you shortly. And here is the first pitch. That is low and away for a ball. That second pitch was in there for a strike. Second pitch in there low. Pitching for the Essex Arrows today is Jose Mateus. And the fourth pitch is just outside. Mateus has pitched 5 games so far this, four games so far this season for the Arrows. Has a 6.3 ERA across those 4 games. And that is ball 4. Oh no, just strike called on the outside. I do apologize. We'll hopefully get some coverage of the plate shortly. And that pitch is fouled off. So the count is 3-2. The leadoff batter for the Herts Toucans is Fukada. And he swings and misses on a high fastball there. And that is the first out of the first inning. And now we will hopefully have some images of the plate now, as one of our second cameras is now working. Up to bat, we have Tsutsui for the Toucans. Takes that pitch for a ball. Takes that pitch for a strike. And here comes the third pitch. Once again, that's outside. Shoya Tsutsui has had a pretty good season so far. He has a batting average of 352 and a slugging of 563. He has 2 home runs to his name this season across 71 plate appearances. Has been one of the shining plays for that. That's a ground ball too short. It's picked up cleanly. And the play is to first for the second out. And as you can see there, just nicely in time for the out. Okay, so now with 2 outs, up comes to bat is Josh Marriott. I said that Setsue had a good season. Josh Merritt's pretty similar numbers here. 362, 405, 565 batting line with 3 home runs to his name across 69 at-bats this season. Not much of a walker, but has some serious power. Takes that first pitch for a strike. Ah, that pitch is in there for a ball. Count is now 1-2. And contact is made. It's going to just above the third baseman. He toes back and takes it cleanly. So the Herts Toucans go 1-2-3. The perfect start there for the Essex Arrows. They now just have to get some runs off the Toucans. Will be back shortly for the bottom of the second inning. About the bottom of the first. So as we come back here for the bottom of the first inning here of the NBL semi-finals here at Farnham Park, brought to you by Out of the Park Baseball, shown on talkSPORT and on Journey Sports. The pitcher for the Herts Toucans is Masa Hasiguchi. Masa is a phenomenal starter, one of the best pitchers we've seen in this league. He has a 3.2 ERA over 11 games. He has pitched 67 innings across the season, with pretty much 10 of his 11 games being complete games and just 2 shutouts. At bat for Essex is Juan Diaz, the shortstop. Juan Diaz has a 4.17 average for the season. He also has hit a couple of home runs this season, so he does have a bit of pop. just time briefly called there as the cameraman was on the field. Just has to get back into off play. And here comes the first pitch of the inning. Contact is made. It goes to third. And it's picked up cleanly on the bounce. Good work there by the first baseman to make the out there. So that is one pitch, one out. And so that brings up to bat Julio Cesar Figueroa Almonte. Julio is probably one of the best hitters on this team, if not the best, and one of the best hitters in this league. 4 home runs to his name and a 4.35 average, which gives him a 12.43 OPS. He takes that first pitch in there low for a strike. For a ball, sorry. And contact is made. It's down the middle to the center fielder, who does not make it. It's into the gap. He's got behind it. And the runner will get into second standing. So we have our first base runner of the game. Seen pretty aggressive swinging here from Essex. 3 pitches thrown, 2 swings. I think a lot of these teams, they face each other fairly regularly, so even though Massa is a good pitcher, they know how to get on top of him. Generally, the approach is that he will try and get ahead early in the count, so he will throw you fastballs. So if Essex swing early and make good contact, they can get runners and score. So now the runner on 2. So that first pitch was in there for a strike. Let's see if Essex can get this runner over. Takes that one again. Batting now is Anure Calzardo. Not had the best season to himself so far. And contact is made. It gets yeah. It got past the shortstop and was picked up by the third deep, but no play was able to be made at first due to how they were positioned. So they now have runners on the corners with 1 out. Okay, so runners now at first and third. Will we get a steal? Nope. It takes that first pitch in there off speed for a strike. So runners on the corners. The ball goes up. And it is caught by the first baseman, so that is the second out of the inning. And they now get out of this inning without giving up a run here. The Toucans. Runners on corners with now 2 outs. Batting now is Franklin Martinez, the DH for this Essex side. He has a 262, 443, 357 line, so not the biggest pop, but he's not played too many games for them this season, so let's see if he can show it in the final. He does have a home run to his name, but an OPS of 800 does not mean that's what we're expecting here. That 443 OPS is very good, though. That pitch is high, gets away from the catcher as he was having a look at the runner down at third base. And as that happened, the runner at first made his way to second. So we now have both runners in scoring position. And a 1-1 count here with 2 outs. Can Essex get an early shot and an early lead? As the pitches, a swing, big swing there by Martinez, but he comes up with nothing. So that takes it to 1-2. Can the Toucans salvage something and get out of this inning without giving up a run? Or will Essex get that early run in the first to put the pressure? Bit of discussions there from the pitcher and catcher, and just some questions with home plate here where he's placing his foot. I think the umpire is just making sure that he is inside the batter's box. And looks like we are ready to play again. So number 22 for the Toucans, Massa, is ready to pitch. And the pitch is in the dirt. It looks picked up cleanly, and the play is made to third. Very aggressive swinging there from Franklin Martinez, but he was thrown 3 off speed outside, and he swung and missed. So this game stays 0-0, and we'll be back to you shortly for the second inning. Okay, and we are back now for the top of the second inning. The game is at 0-0 after that important strikeout at the end of the last inning. So up to bat now is the right fielder, Carlos Torres. He fouls that one off there. Off-speed pitch there, they chase, but still got a piece of. Carlos has hit well this season. His 365, 506, 603. Sorry, 321, 390, 717. So power, not too much walks on top of that good batting average. Gives him 1,107 OPS. Takes that pitch there. Carlos has hit 6 home runs this season. One of the main RBI drivers for this team behind Josh Marriott. The pitch comes in, contact is made, and it is foul, just. So the bat stays alive. It is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Takes the pitch there, just outside. Essex looks like they wanted that call, but did not go their way, so it goes to 2-2. The BBF NBL League has 5 teams in it, so these teams have played each other a number of times this season already. The pitch comes in, contact is made, straight to the third base, picked up cleanly, and the throw is there for the out. So that is 4 up, 4 down so far. In the games so far this season, They played each other on the 18th of May, where they split, with Herts winning one game 5-0 and Essex winning the other 10-5. It was then 7-4 to the Toucans and 15-0 when they played each other again on the 27th of July. And just back in August, on the 10th of August, Essex won both 13-3 and 13-10. Essex did end up finishing second in the league with a 15-9 record. The Herts Toucans finished third with a 10-14 record. They had to play a qualifier against Sheffield last week and were due to play this semi-final after that. But as previously stated, that game was stopped due to a serious injury to the Essex pitcher, who only got through a few pitches before seriously damaging his arm. Our best wishes do go out to them. And contact is made, and that is a simple pop out to Richard Chesterton there at first base. Toucans won their qualifying game against Sheffield 11-9. They were 9-3 down going into the bottom of the 7th before putting up 7 runs and a eventual 11th. Okay, a couple of pitches in there. Good high position here. Contact is made. It's a little chopper. Gets to second base. Throw is made. And the runner is out. So that is 6 up, 6 down for the Herts Toucans. And we go to the bottom of the 2nd, where let's see if Essex can do better than leaving 2 runners in scoring position and get ahead in this game. We'll be back to you shortly for the bottom of the 2nd half. Okay, and so we're back here now for the bottom of the 2nd inning. Essex had 2 runners in scoring position, but some good pitching by Massa. Struck out the last batter for that 3rd out. They were looking pretty aggressive, see if Massa's going to have to throw a few sliders to get them chasing at things off the plate. And contact is made. That high fastball is hit. That is taken in right field. Nice catch there by Carlos Torres. Okay. Up to bat now is Elude Santana. To catch Santana up to bat now. Takes another one there on the outside for a strike. Not certain if he agreed with that call, but it is what it was. So this count goes to 0-2. See if Massa will get him to chase. He does. Ball is in the dirt, but he gives himself up. And so that is 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. Massa, when he gets ahead in the count, is a very difficult man to get some contact off. Good chase pitch there and rewarded with the strikeout. Now batting is Richard Chesterton for the Essex Arrows, the first baseman. And he swings at that first pitch, but it does not make contact. Ball is in the dirt. Richard did not chase after that one. Essex are looking to get back to the final after they played in the final last season. There's a pitch high there for a strike. Last season, Essex lost the final to the London Mets 2-0. And they'll be looking to get back to there. Essex last won the championship in 2014. Richard Chesterton, who is at the plate now, he pitched a complete game in Game 2 for Essex in that final. So, looking to get back, and not only in his pitching days now as the first baseman. And so, with the count now at 2-2. See if Massa tries to go swing. No, he just steps up for a second, settles himself. Looks like there was a discussion between pitcher and the catcher there, disagreement on what they should be doing. So it looks like everybody's just coming out and having a few words here, making sure that they're happy with what's going on. Essex this season played part in the European Fed Cup. They were one of the 2 teams playing in Europe, as they won the division last year but lost the final. They were playing in the higher tier, the European Fed Cup, the 3rd tier of European baseball, and they won the tournament, which now means that GB will have a team in the 2026 European Baseball Cup, which is the 2nd tier of European club baseball. That slot will be taken by the Mets, as they won the division this year, regardless of what happens in the game. In the games for the final, the team who makes the final out of these 2 will also get to play in the CBs. Oh, that is a pitch just outside. The Toucans dugout wanted that one called, but it wasn't given their way. Yes, as I was saying, the other team will get to go to Europe, and contact is made. It gets past the diving second baseman, Werderman, and so there is another base runner on for Essex. They're hard to hit, but with 2 outs, will they be able to do enough to drive this man around? Or will we once again, the Herts Toucans, get out of an inning stranding runners? As I was saying, the Mets also played in European baseball this year. They played in the European Fed Cup qualifier and won that. So there is now a spot back again in the European Fed Cup for the winner of this game. And that ball is taken in for a strike. That was, to my personal opinion, a pretty, I thought the ball looked a little bit inside, maybe a little bit low, but that will obviously see where the zone is for today. There was a bit of crying from the Essex backs for that pitch, and the next one comes in. Contact is made. It's a squibber up the line. It's going to be touched in foul territory, so they will take the strike there. No play really there for the catcher, Connor Brown, so Made sure as soon as that ball touched into foul territory, he gave it a touch, and it stayed in foul territory. So count is now 0-2. And contact is made, but it is foul. The 9 hitter here, and Eddie Perez, who is out in left field. Really looking to get on base here for Essex. Then bring back the top of the order where that real power sits in Juan Diaz and Julio Cesar Figueroa Almonte. So the count is still 0-2. The pitch comes, and he takes that pitch well. Perez, even though he is in the 9th slot, has hit reasonably well this season. He has a 298, 433, 340 slugging line. So not too much power to his name, only a couple of doubles, but he's hitting well and walking well in those situations. Just 7 strikeouts across 47 at-bats for him this season. So we should expect, and as we are getting a battling plate appearance here, count is 1-2 after another fouled off pitch. And the pitch comes. Contact is made. It is popped up. Third baseman is calling for it. Comes back into territory, but he watches it beautifully. Takes it into the glove. And another runner is stranded. And that means, once again, it is still no run scored in this game. We go to the top of the third, where we will shortly be back for you, as it is until now 0-0 going into the top of the third. Okay, and we're back now for the top of the third inning. Up to bat is in the 7th slot. Takes that first pitch in for a strike on the knees. We have Will Zucker. Will is usually an on-base machine. Not generally doesn't have the greatest power. Yeah, he has a 227 average this season, but has a 541 OBP, so gets on base more than 50% of the time. But that's another strike in there, peppering the corner of the zone. Let's see how they do here. Will he get him to chase? Contact is made. It's a scrubber into the middle of the field. Catcher does not get it cleanly, and that will be an infield hit. So that is the first base runner for the Herts Toucans. A lucky cut dribbler that was not picked up cleanly by the catcher, and so it makes it to first base for Zucker. Zucker is a renowned base stealer, so we could see more of that. Okay, so in the 8th slot, we have the catcher, Connor Brown. Looks like we're just calling time here, asking the pitcher to take his bracelet off. Okay, so yeah, batting is the catcher, Connor Brown. Connor has a 302 average and 866 OPS for this season, so has things in him, makes contact there, and that is fouled back out of play. Pick off there. And Zucker dived back easily. He is a threat on the base, but obviously with the lefty pitcher, he will not be able to take too much of a lead with that pickoff move. And another foul there, straight back. So Brown there hit that one pretty much straight back behind, so good timing, just a little bit under. Lots of signs there from Reese Wilson, one of the managers of the Herts Toucans there at third base. See what we're going to get here. Zucker does not have too much of a lead. Pitch and another swing, foul off once more. So this stays at 0-2. Now I've had 4 pitches, 1 swinging strike, and 3 fouls. We'll see what he can do to advance Zucker into scoring position. He swings and miss on the pitch outside there. So that is the first out of this inning. So up to bat now is second baseman Pete Weidman. Pete's stats for the season have him at a 182 average, but a 449 on base. I think, again, as with Zucker, bottom of this lineup sometimes sits at the top of there to get on base with their good knowledge of the zone, and then look to use their speed to give them an advantage on the base paths. But yeah, the count is 0-1 off that first pitch. And here comes the pitch. Squares up for the bunt. And the space is stolen by Zucker. Catcher looked a little bit upset at his his men on short and second, not getting there close enough to make the throw, but the runner has managed to advance into scoring position. The count is 1-1. It takes the pitch there for a strike. So count is now 1-2. Obviously looking to see if he can get on base or advance Zucker even further here with the ball in play. Put him into scoring position for the top of the lineup, which will be coming up next. And takes that pitch inside. Matos has been pretty efficient so far, 25 strikes from 38 pitches. Ooh. Well, it looked like he wanted to take a swing on that one, but wisely checked his swing, so the count now goes full. There is a base open there at first, so a walk here wouldn't be the worst, but it does give maybe 2 opportunities to the top hitters in this team to drive Zaka in, really looking to get the ninth batter out here. Full count. And that pitch is outside. Oh, he's called it there. Strike 3. Wideman and myself were pretty certain that he'd be taking a nice little walk down to first base there, but the strike is called, so the runner is still at second, and there is 2 outs. Back to the top of the order here for the Toucans. Sadahito Fukada, the third baseman, who made a nice play earlier in the game. Sato struck out in the first inning. We'll see what it does here. Ball in the dirt, gets away from the catcher, and that will advance Zucker 90 feet further. So we now have the runner on third. He is now just 90 feet away from home. Another ball in the dirt like that, and we could have a first run in our game. But it also means, probably with Will's speed, a ball out of the infield would have had him at home anyway, but it's pretty much guaranteed now if Fukada. And a balk is called on the pitcher. So we have the first run of our game. Zucker goes to home plate, steps on it, and the Herts Toucans take a 1-0 lead. The wild pitch followed by the balk means that we have a run scored on a couple of pitching mistakes there. So we have it 1-0 to the Toucans with 2 outs. And Fukuda swings and misses. Doesn't chase that one, up and away. So the count is 2-1. Couple of mistakes there that don't really sit on the scoreboard. To tell you that it's just 1 hit, no errors, but 1 run in, thanks to the wild pitch, a stolen base, and a balk. Contact is made there. It is out, and it is taken cleanly. So Herts get just 1 man on base there. A hit that probably made it less than 10 feet in front of home plate, but was not picked up cleanly by the catcher. A stolen base, a wild pitch, and a balk drove in Zucker, and the Herts Toucans take a 1-0 lead here in the top of the third. We'll be back for the bottom of the third shortly. And we're back now for the bottom of the third inning. Herts, after taking that 1-0 lead, Good off-speed pitch there by Massa to get a go-ahead strike. We're back to the top of the Essex lineup. Managed to put 2 on in the first with these batters. Let's see if they can do the same again. Contact is made. It's not got far. Third baseman has picked it up, but not cleanly, and so that will probably be an infield hit. We'll see how the scorer will go with that. It was a difficult player running in on. If he picked it up clean, he might have had to play it first. We'll see what the official scorer puts that down as, but that does have a runner on base for Essex. Looking to get back into this game after conceding a cheap run in the last inning thanks to I'd say a 10-foot hit at being aggressive, followed by a stolen base, a wild pitch, and a balk. Massa just throws a pick off there to hold the runner at first. Diaz has 14 stolen bases to his name this season, but has been caught twice. So, especially given the scenario, we expect him to be slightly aggressive. Do have an official update. The scorer has scored that as a fielding error on the third baseman. And that takes that in. One and one. Julio Figueroa here with big opportunity. Another pickoff. And the runner is safe. It is a glorious sunny day here so far. The naysayers in all of us expecting to see some less glorious weather at some point during today. Hopefully it might be in between the games that you'll see today. And that pitch is taken there for a ball. Obviously, after this game is played at 3 o'clock is when the scheduled first game of the final between the winner of this and the London Mets will take place. 2 games will then also take place if needed on Sunday. At least one will be played. Time called there by Figueroa just as Massa was about to make his pitch. He managed to not go through there. So, count is still 2-1 here. Essex looking to get back after conceding that 1 run in the top of this inning. Pitch is outside, a back pick is thrown, but it pulls the first baseman off the bag, and the runner is safe easily. No attempted tag was made. So, count now goes to 3-1. And the pitch is made. Contact, it comes off the glove, and it makes it through. It looks like it will just advance the runner just to second. He held for a split second as it came off Massa's glove there ever so slightly. So he didn't get the chance to go at speed. Had to brake just for a second, thinking that it could have been caught. So the runner is at first and second, bringing up the right fielder, Cal Zardo. Looks like we're getting a pinch hitter early on in this game here for Essex. I'll get you the details of that shortly. Looks like Angel Perez is coming in. And he takes that pitch for a strike. I can only imagine that Angel was delayed in getting to the game. That's why he was not in the starting lineup, as his 453, 521, 720 slash line. And that ball is hit pop foul, but will get out of the field, so no play there. That does mean that he does have a 1271 OPS line, which is actually his worst season in British baseball, if you can believe such things. a 12.89, a 13.67, and a 13.13 in the three previous seasons, means that this is a slump here. Oh, it takes a pitch high there, little off-speed dip on there, but just not quite in time. So takes the first pitch, and that now brings it to 2-1. Contact is made. Gets the play, gets the man at second, and gets the man at first. A double play. It was the perfect ball for it, but it was done well there by Wiedmann at second base. Stepped on the bag, picked the play clean to first to get the out. So that is 2 outs. Okay, so after that exciting defensive play there for the Toucans, we now have 2 outs, but the runner on the third. That's another pitch taken in there. So that puts the count to 0-2 quickly here on Jonathan Novas. Big moment here. Can the Toucans keep their 1-run lead? And he gets into chase, but it's another dribbler. There's a third base, picks it up clean this time, gets the ball to first. Cleaning himself up from the mistake he made on a similar attempt earlier on in the inning. And so that means that we have still a 1-run lead for the Toucans. They all look pumped there, making that play. Great defensive play there from Fukuda after making the mistake earlier on in the inning. So it stays at 1-0. Essex now have left 4 men on the base paths. Herts lead 1-0 going to the top of the 4th. We'll be back to you shortly. And go back to the top of the 4th. Takes that first pitch there. So the count is 1-0. Fouls off the next pitch, takes the count to 1-1. Shoy grounded out to the shortstop first time up. And contact is made. This one goes to third, picked cleanly on the hop. And easy there for the first base. Dropped on the transfer, but that was clearly taken. So another out for this Essex defense. They have only allowed 1 base runner, but that runner made it all the way around thanks to the legs of Zuckerman and a few mistakes from Essex. Josh Marriott up now, taking that first pitch. He flied out to the third baseman in the first inning. Count is 1-1. And he fouls that one back off, just almost to our commentary booth. And so takes that one in there, so that goes to 2-2. Does not chase the pitch. He did not go around. Third base umpire agrees. I hadn't told you today that our umpire situation is we have Mike Shepard at home plate. We have Kevin Anderson at first base and Petter Nordwall as the third base umpire. Here comes another pitch. That one is also low, and that is ball 4. So just the second base runner for the Herts team, but they do have a 1-0 lead. Let's see how well now two of the better hitters can do here for the Toucans. Torres now, the right fielder. Torres, after a 7-pitch at bat last time, grounded out too short. No one like that, and that could be exactly what Essex want to turn the double to end the play inning. Takes another pitch there to take the count to 2-0. Contact is made, but he has fouled it off out of the field of play. For those interested in the finals up and coming, as well as who can play and not play, there are rules around the amount of pitching you can do in one game. Across the weekend, you can only pitch in one game on the same day, so everybody who has pitched today cannot pitch tomorrow. And also, if you have pitched more than 30 pitches, you can't do anything. So that one that got away from the catcher there, and that has advanced to Marriott 2 seconds. So another mistake there from the pitching catcher combination means that this runner is now in scoring position. By saying that nobody who's pitched more than 30 pitches in one day can go and pitch in the next day, saying that both of these pitchers will not be able to pitch for their respective teams in the finals over the games today and tomorrow. So takes that pitch in there for a strike to take this now to a full count, 3-2. It was called a pass ball there by the catcher, so 3 mistakes from the pitcher and catcher, not in the error column. And the paper pitch comes. It is pop foul behind us. And so it stays at full count. Runner here is now on second. And the pitch. He fouls it off again. So this stays at a full count here. Important bat here in the early momentum of this game. As I remember saying you, this is just a 7-inning game today. And the runner goes. He is held. And he's in there. Great throw down from the catcher. And the runner is out on the tag play. A bullet there from the catcher. Perfect positioning. And the tag was applied. So Herts trying to force the game a little bit there, trying to push their small ball, but the ball was taken, so the runner does go to first, but there are now, Ballard does go to first, but there are now 2 outs. We'll see how that one plays. There was 2 walks in a row, but there is now but a runner on first due to that caught stealing at third base. The pitch is in the dirt there. No chase from Leo Cedeno. Cedeno is DHing for the Toucans today, although he does have some catching duties on occasions. One ball, 1 strike. And the pick off there. And a swing and a back pick. So 2 strikes, and they do not get the runner on the back pick. So he stays at first base, but the count is now 1-2. Can Herts get a hit that's more than 6, maybe 10 foot in front of home plate? Runner goes, and the catcher does not get it on the transfer cleanly, and so he makes his way to second base. More aggressive base running here from the Toucans in this close game. Count is now 2-2 with runner in a scoring position. And the pitch is in the dirt, but the runner does not advance as it goes up the third baseline, and he's watched closely by the catcher. That does take it, though, to a full count. And the last 2 at-bats have ended in walks. An 8 pitch and a 6 pitch at-bat beforehand. This is the 6th of this one. Will he challenge the batter? It is in there for a strike. So Mateos managed to get out of this inning without giving up another run, but a couple of walks. Put some men in dangerous places, but the caught stealing at third base meant that there was nothing to it there for the Toucans in this top of the 4th. We will be back in the bottom of the 4th with you shortly. Okay, we're back here for the bottom of the fourth. Here, can the Arrows make something of the men they've got on base? Another off-speed first pitch there from Massa. Hello to all of you who are watching on the live stream on talkSPORT. Second pitch is in there for another strike. See some support for Herts baseball here. And contact is made, but it is... And the batter is claiming that the ball hit him, but the umpire seems to say no. So... And he's given the batter out there of the tag on the play. Just making sure. And it does look like the umpire has talked to his team and confirmed that the ball did hit the batter, so it is a foul ball and not a live ball and the out. So, looks like we do have still 2 strikes on Martinez here. The pitch does not chase. Learned something from his first at-bat where he chased 2 away when they had the runners in scoring position. Now he's looking to get on base and let his teammates drive him in. Martinez DHing today. Does not chase again. So the count now goes 2, 2, and 2. Connor Brown in position there. Looks at the pitch. Ooh. Massa and the Toucans looks like they wanted that pitch, but it was not given. So the count goes full here for the first batter here in the bottom of the 4th inning. The pitch is delivered, and he chases that off speed, but he manages to make contact and foul it off. That's the pitch that Massa had got him swinging on last time when he struck him out. Just managed to hold up the bat there and make contact and foul it off into first base territory. So the count is still full. And takes it for a strike. Thinking that he was going to probably be throwing another off-speed pitch there. Bat did not come off the shoulder. And that is the strikeout to get the first out of the inning. Up to bat now is Kendra Marte Batista. Kendra made reasonable contact the last time he was up, flew out to right center. It's a fairly routine play there, but see if he'll jump out early again. Yes. Took an early swing. Swung on the second pitch, making contact last time round. This time, swinging immediately. And another off speed in there. Oof. Not for a strike this time. Must have been a little bit inside or out. Looked good from a high perspective to me from my position. Comes the third pitch of the at-bat. And that also is in the dirt. So the count goes to 2-1. Told you earlier about how Essex had done in these national championships. Herts themselves last had a team reach the finals in 2018, but they have never actually won the trophy. So if the Toucans can make it there, the ball is hit in play straight to the first baseman, who fields it cleanly and makes the simple play for the out. And so 2 up, 2 down for Essex. And Massa, the Toucans are looking keep this tight lead. And doing great so far in the bottom of the 4th inning. Remember, this is but a 7th inning game, so We are halfway through, over halfway through this game. And the pitch is delivered. That's an early swing there by Santana. Looking to jump out. Massa had thrown a few off-speed pitches for first pitch strikes in the last couple of innings, so maybe he was trying to get on top of that, but was too fast on it. Now the pitch again. Asked for a swing there to first base, but he held up in time, so the count is 1-1. Takes that pitch there for a strike. Lovely little one dotted on the corner there by Haseguchi. Does not get him to chase. Once again, they ask. And again, the first base umpire says no. Another check swing. So 2-2 on the at-bat here with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Pitch is in, and it's just high. Massa and a few of the Toucans were ready to walk off there. Thinking they got their 3 up, 3 down in this inning for the first time in the game. But no, it goes to 3-2. So I have the payoff pitch here for this at-bat and potentially for the inning. Oh, there's a check swing, and he hits the ball into fair territory, up the line, and it is a simple out in the end. Check the swing on the high pitch there, but still made contact. So that is 3 up, 3 down. The Toucans have maintained their 1-0 lead as we head to the top of the 5th. We'll be back to you shortly. No, so back for the top of the 5th here. As I said a couple times, there is 7 innings in this game today, due to there being another game today and 2 tomorrow. And contact is made. And that'll be straight to the fielder. And good solid contact, but sorry, straight to the fielder, so he'll just get to first base and no chance to advance further. So the Herts have a leadoff runner here with no outs in the first inning. That is the second hit of the game and the first one that went more than 10 foot. So after Tezuka singled, we now have Zucker, who is the only run scorer of the game so far after his 10-foot single, his stolen base, his wild pitch, and that ball gets through the infield as well. Pretty shallow play there by the right fielder, but we now have runners on first and second here. After no hit, only one hit in the first 4 innings, Herts have put up 2 hits here in the top of the 5th. Zucker reaching base for a second time. Hit perfectly between first base and second there, especially with second worrying about the runner. So, Connor Brown now up to bat, the catch-up. As we said earlier, even though he is in the 8 slot, he has power and has a reasonable average, so he can still provide for the team here. So that first pitch was in the dirt, and the count is 1-0. Looks squares up for the bunt, but the pitch is outside, and he brought the bat back in time. So count goes to 2-0. Wouldn't be surprised if the Herts were to continue to approach with something like that. Playing small ball here, trying to get runs on the board and slowly increase their lead. See if he squares up for a bunt for the second time. He does, and pulls back again as the pitch is high. So the count now goes 3-0. Connor looks to Reese, their third base coach. Let's see if he does something again. Be interesting to see how he set up there. As he was setting up, he did a quick touch halfway up the bat where he would normally go to bunt. Let's see if he's going to do the same. He's looking bunt immediately. Steps back, but the ball is called as a strike. Looks like now he potentially has been given the sign to swing away. Count 3-1 here. After that called strike on the last pitch. 3 balls, 1 strike. And he takes a big hack at that pitch, but makes no contact, so the count runs full here. No outs with runners on first and second. The Toucans' opportunity to blow this open if they can. And the pitch is outside. So that walks, the base is loaded with no outs here in the top of the 5th. Herts have a massive opportunity to gain something on their opponents here. Looks like Eduardo, the manager for Essex Arrows, is coming out and having a word to his pitcher Mateus. 2 walks in the end of the last inning. The 2 hits and the walk there mean that it's not been Mateus's run for a while, but it does look like he is going to... Yes, looks like he's just going to hold on for a little bit. Also probably talking to the infielders, talking about what their options are going to be, whether they will have runners in base on the corners, whether those... Yeah, it does look like the infield is going to be playing short. We have first base on the grass. Okay, ball is back live. Let's see how he does here. We do have both the corner of the defense in on the grass, probably looking to go home on any play. So first pitch taken for a strike, off-speed pitch there. And here comes the next pitch. Outside. So, big leads here at third because of the infield in. Contact is made. And it's not reached by the right fielder. So, count is now 1-2. So Wiedmann takes the ball in the dirt. It's got away from the catcher, and another run will score. They do not look to advance further, but another mistake from this pitching-catching combination. Probably see how that one is scored. It hit the catcher on the foot, so it would be a pass ball in my opinion. We'll see how that is scored. And so that is a second run in, which has no owner to its name from the RBI perspective. Essex now lead 2-0 with runners on second and third. Pitch in there just looked a little bit below the knees. So count is now full. And he takes it, and we have ball 4. Bases are loaded again. It is no outs. Bases loaded. Okay, we now go back to the top of the order here. And it's another balk. Runners advance, and so we have another balked-in runner. Will Zucker, for a second time today, has been balked over, and it is now a 3-run lead. The Essex pitcher and players are asking for what that balk was. It looks like they don't agree with the call. It was called by the third plate umpire, Petter Nordval. And Kevin Anderson now having a discussion. Okay, so after all of that, obviously nothing is going to change on the call that was made. But we have Sadahiko Fukada with two runners in scoring position. And a first pitch in there for a strike. Next pitch. For a ball. Mateus taking his time now. And high again, and that is another walk. Bases loaded once again with no outs here. Seem to see nothing here from the Essex dugout about a replacement. I do see some warm-up happening on the side of the field by Essex to see if they will be replacing Maros soon. After starting the game well, he has looked to have lost his zone a bit. He's now at 90 pitches and just 48 strikes. He was sat at 60% at the start of the game. He's now down closer to 50%, which means he's not been hitting the strike zone for the last couple of innings. Essex trying to pump up their pitcher here. Contact is made. It should be an easy double play. Swall thrown high. He got the out at second, but that high throw from the shortstop will stop the double play. A run will score to take it to 4-0, but that was an easy double play ball that was mishandled by the shortstop, but a pretty great play from the second baseman to jump high, you grab the ball and still make the play at second. Salvaged it from being a complete mistake, but only 1 out, and Essex now have a 4-run deficit, but there are still 2 runners on for the Herts Toucans here, and just 1 out. And at bat is first baseman Josh Marriott. Takes that first pitch in there for a strike. Pick-off attempt there. Pulled the first baseman off. But the dive back for the runner, he would have been safe anyway. Contact is made. That looks like it's going to land. It will, and it will get past both of the fielders. It is not even picked up cleanly either. The runner from first is held at third, though. But if they had probably not done it, there would have been a chance to probably get there safely. But a stand-up double for now. Let's see how it is officially scored. But that is another run in for the Herts Toucans. They have now scored 4 here in the top of the 5th and lead 5-0. We have another pitching round visit here by the coach, which by the rules as I understand it, he will be pulling Mateus out, and he is. Mateus is being clapped off by his team and is being replaced by number 38. Number 38 is another lefty pitcher, Ty Powell. Powell has pitched across 7 games for Essex this season, has a 4.24 ERA over the 34 innings. He'll have to come into a difficult situation here of just 1 out and 2 runners in scoring position. Let's see how he'll do. Okay, last few warm-up pitches here. Here for the pitcher, have a fairly significant moment here. Essex really need to do all they can to get out of this inning without conceding any more. One more pitch here for Ty Powell. Okay, looks like some good pitches there from Powell. He's going to have to do well here to obviously the number 4 hitter, Carlos Torres. Fouls that pitch off there for first one. Takes that pitch in for a high ball. Takes that next pitch in for a ball. Patient approach here. And fouls that pitch off straight back. That looked like a pretty nice swing there from Torres, but he was just underneath the pitch. So the count goes to 2-2. So with the count at 2-2. The pitch is delivered. It's not another high pitch taken well there by Torres. So the count is now full. Essex really looking to try and get an out here. Get rid of the damage. Pitch is bounced. It is in the dirt. It's a pretty poor pitch, and that will advance one runner. It is ball 4, but another wild pitch means that a 5th run has scored for Herts in this game. So it is now 6-0. Runners on the corners, still with just 1 out. So once again, Herts now have scored 6 runs, but there have only been 2 RBIs. Essex semi imploding here on the mound and behind home plate. Apologies that it isn't, according to the data, isn't Time Powell. It's Christopher Mercedes pitching. I got the numbers 38 from the data, but it does not seem to be that according to the official scoring. So yes, Christopher Mercedes has 4 appearances to his name across 17 innings. He has a 11.65 ERA. And during that last pitch, the runner advanced, so they are in 2nd and 3rd again with but 1 out. That's another pitch that is low, so the count goes to 3-0. Time just called there as a ball from somewhere nearby had made its way onto the field around home plate territory. So 3-0 here. I really doubt there is a green light given the circumstances and how the pitching has happened. Takes that pitch anyway, and it is ball 4. So the new pitcher is in and has walked the first 2 batters and thrown a wild pitch, which has scored a run. This is not working for Essex right now. They need to get out of this inning fast, otherwise this will get away from them. The only thing that could go in their factor is that Massa has been sat now for quite a while. Dan, that is a strike there in on the knees, yes. Massa for the Herts Toucans is probably sat for 20-odd minutes of this inning right now. But on 60 pitches, he's probably still good to go for the rest of the game. That's again another strike pitch there. Looks like Mercedes has found his spot now. Left fielder Kazuki Tezuka up now. Very traditional high batting Japanese stance there. And contact is made. The ball, bat snaps. And they get the play at first. But a broken bat, infield hit there. Scores a run. And the Toucans take a 7-0 lead. Yes, that does look like we have our first broken bat of the weekend. One hit high on the hands there, but the ball in play. Weakly hit, did score the run. So 2 outs now, 2 runners in scoring position, and a 7-0 lead here for the Toucans. After Tezuka singled at the start of the inning, he was an out there. Tucker singled through the gap between first and second in the first time round. Takes another pitch there. This one called a strike. Count is 1-1. Ball low, not given. And contact is made. It's picked up cleanly by the shortstop. He holds on for it for a bit. It's not clean. It's hit the dirt. And 2 runs will score. Great running from the Herts Toucans men there. But the error by the shortstop, throwing the ball into the dirt, making the difficult play for Chesterton at first, means that 2 more have scored for Herts. They take a 9-0 lead here in the top of the 5th. Essex, nothing for going right for them this inning. Perfect ground ball play to get out of the inning. But the shortstop spiked it before the catcher and he couldn't pick it up off the bounce as it aimed up into his chest. So 9-0, the Toucans now lead. And the runner goes. The throw is there, and he is there safely. Wasn't picked up cleanly by the second baseman anyway. Wind picking up here, and that ball is fouled off. Once sunny morning that we had has now passed into a slightly overcast afternoon. You can see in the image of the camera there the dark clouds that we are anticipating to give us a light dusting of rain, hopefully in between the 2 games. And a big swing there on the off-speed pitch. Count goes to 2-2. Hopefully, yes, as I said, we'll get through this game 1. And I'll only get a smidgen of rain between this and the final, which will start at 3 o'clock. And there we go. Strike 3 on the swing. Connor Brown strikes out, but that is a dirty round number on the board there for the Herts Toucans. 8 scored with but 4 hits, 3 hits even in that inning for Herts. A lot of walks, a lot of mistakes from the pitcher and catcher and defense. And so we head now into the bottom of the 5th with Massa back up to pitch and first baseman Chesterton to come back up. Essex need to score, and they need to score a lot. We'll be back to you shortly. Okay, we now head into the bottom of the 5th with first baseman batting in the 7th hole, Richard Chesterton, looking to get on base and work back some of what had been not gone their way in the previous inning. That first pitch from Massa is high for ball 1. I have to hope that that long break has thrown Massa off his form. He was on 60 pitches and 40 strikes before going into this inning, and that ball taken in there for a strike. There are not many times when Massa has given up this many runs across his sterling career in British baseball for the Herts Toucans and the London Capitals in the years before. That ball fouled off by Chesterton there. Count is 2-2. And contact is made. It bounces away from the first baseman. And that means that Essex get their lead-off runner. An error there by Josh Marriott at first base means that Essex have what they needed to get this inning going and to try and start their long comeback to get into this game. Up to bat now is Zenedi Perez. Takes that first pitch there for a strike. Perez is the 9-hole hitter. Obviously, getting him on base would be a bonus for them, but they need to get a lot of runs and getting to those top guys. Contact on that pitch. That off-speed pitch was fouled inside, and quickly the count goes 0-2 on Perez, the left fielder. Now the top of the lineup for Essex is after Perez here, but they need to get base runners from everybody across this 9 to catch these runs back. Ball in the dirt. Looks like it hit the batter, and so that is a free base there for Essex. Massa bounced the pitch and managed to hit the batter, so Essex doing everything that they can. So that hit by pitch means we have runners on first and second for the Essex shortstop, Juan Diaz. So this key fifth inning continues. Contact is made. It gets gloved by the third baseman. Sorry, by the shortstop even. Difficult play if he'd made it clean anyway. We'll see how that one is scored. But Diaz swung on the first pitch. And now we have the bases loaded with no outs here, with Julio Figueroa coming up to bat. This is exactly what Essex have needed. An error, a hit by pitch, a weak single. And they've now have 3 runners on the bags and looking to eat into that 9-0 deficit as fast as they can. Remember, this is but a 7-inning game, so we are in the bottom of the 5th, so they only have 3 more times to get through here. Pitch is in there, but is a little bit high, so Figueroa gets to a 2-0 count. Massa looking to come set, makes the pitch. That's a beautiful pitch in there for a strike. Given what had happened on the previous pitches, I don't think Figueroa was ever going to take a swing there. Step back pretty quickly, see how he does with this pitch. Off speed, chases, and it fouled off. Based on how Massa pitches, expecting the off speed there, and he did throw it. Got the chase swing, was fouled off, but now count does go 2-2 and back slightly into Massa's favor. Base loaded, no outs. Pitch, it goes fastball and is fouled off over the third base dugout by Figueroa. Essex really need a base hit here. They'll take the walk, but they need to start chipping away at that 9-run deficit. And off-speed pitch there is swung and fouled back. No chance out of play for the catcher, Connor Brown. So again, this count stays at 2-2. Shepard, the umpire, brings the game back into play. Hasaguchi pitches, and contact is made. It gets to the second baseman, who spikes the ball. An error there, and 2 runs will score on the play. Wiedmann turned, picked it up clean, tried to make a play at second to start the double, but spiked the ball, and the base runner is safe. And so Essex have chipped 2 away at the lead. There is no out and runners on first and second. Just, I think, a little moment here. One of the coaches for the Herts Toucans has called time. Just bring everybody out. Just get everybody to have a moment, stay calm. Yeah, it does look like Reese Wilson has gone out. So just reminding the team that they do have a big lead and can work with what they have. So it is 9-2 as the game continues here in the bottom of the 5th. So Essex have their first runs on the board from that error and still need another 7 to tie this game up, but they're in the perfect position to do so with 2 runners on. And the big man, Angel Perez, at the plate. Contact is made, and it's through the middle. This probably will score the runner from second. He's waved around. The throw goes into second base. So Perez hits a single, makes this game 9-3. And the runners are on first and second with no outs. That's 1/3 of the deficit eaten into. Arrows chipping away here. Obviously, for both of these teams, they don't really want to have to go to too many extra pitches because there'll be pitches they probably will not be able to use in the finals if they pitch more than 30. So Massa will probably be allowed to go as long as he's still throwing over the plate. Pitch is swung on, is fouled. And that's another foul ball. That swing is the first out of the inning. So up to bat now is DH Martinez. And that first pitch is hit. It goes back to the pitcher who throws cleanly to first and gets the second out. So 2 quick outs there. And seemingly the mound visit has calmed everybody down on the Herts Toucans. But runners are in scoring position 2 here at second and third. And now Gendre Mate at the plate. Base run here. Sorry, base hit here, and he's probably got this game back to 9-5. See what we can do. Ooh, big swing on the first pitch. But the off speed there from Massa. Ball in the dirt. Gets a little bit away from the catcher, but not far enough for any runner to have made any effort on advancing there. But he takes the next pitch in there, just a little bit inside there for another ball. Count is 2-1. Contact is made, it's a light one. Picked up clean by Massa, the throw is there in time. So 2 great defensive plays there by Massa, the pitcher. Looks like he had to do a lot of that himself after a few errors, but Essex do get 3 of the 8 runs they conceded back in the 5th inning, but they are still 9-3 down as we head into the top of the 6th. We'll be back with you shortly. So we now go to the top of the 6th. And that first pitch is taken for a ball. In the 7 innings games here in British baseball, we do have the mercy rule, so if the Toucans were to ever get up by 10 or more, the game would end at the finish of the innings. So Essex would always have a chance to reduce that deficit. So if the Toucans got 2 more than, well, 13 in this inning, and the Arrows got nothing, the game would end there. Contact is made, popped up. It's going to go back over the field and into the small amount of bleachers behind. Count now goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. And contact made, goes to third base, picks up cleanly, throw is there, and easily taken by Chesterton at first base. So a nice simple out there for Essex, getting back in their flow. But we now go back to the top of the Herts lineup. Essex have got to play clean baseball here. They conceded 9 runs, but only 3 of them have a batter who has an RBI. Strike. So 1 ball, 1 strike. As I say, we're back to the top of the order for the Herts Toucans. Satahiko Fukada, third baseman, takes that pitch. Ball in the dirt and gets past. Catcher there. So the count goes to 3-1. And foul there. And the ball gets past the catcher. He's going to have a look at going to second, rounds the corner, but the catcher has the ball. So another base runner here for Herts. After struggling to get any in the first 4 innings, they popped 8 runs in the previous inning. 2 singles followed by 3 walks, an error, a double, 2 murder walks, and finally a ground out, an error, and a strikeout. Ball fouled off there. That pitch there takes Christopher Mercedes past the 30 pitch mark, which means that he will not be able to pitch tomorrow. A back pick there, but runner is back in time easily. So count goes to 1-1. And shows for a bunt, but pulls it back, but it is a called strike anyway. So the count is now 1-2. Essex probably looking for a nice, simple double ball, double play. Runner goes. The throw is there, but it is not in time. So ball on the pitch, and a runner advancing to second on the steal there. Good legs by Fukada there. Fukuda, sorry. Time just called by the catcher. Two and two. Pitch is hit. Looks like it'll go cleanly to the right fielder, and the runner tags up but does not go far. So fly out to the right fielder, does not manage to advance the runner. They did not chance it themselves on the arm there of the right fielder, Angel Perez. Probably a smart decision. So we now have 2 outs. Contact is made up the middle, picked up cleanly by the shortstop. A little double clutch, but the throw is there in time. So Essex get out of this inning without giving up another run. So we go to the bottom of the 6th now with a 6-run lead for the Toucans. It's 9-3. We're back for the bottom of the 6th shortly. Okay, so we're back here for the bottom of the 6th inning. Essex have 2 more attempts to get all of these runs back. Looks like we're just having a defensive change for the Herts Toucans here. Looks like the centre fielders have been swapped, with Lewis Wampler coming in for Will Zucker. We'll get that confirmed once we see the scoring update and see if any other changes have happened. But it still is Masa Higuchi, 2 pitches on 86 pitches through 5 innings. That first pitch is high and inside. Ball one. Another ball. Make the difference a little bit. Obviously. That's another one outside. Higuchi has so far yet to walk anybody, so it will be a big difference here if he's lost the zone. And that pitch is in there for a strike. Santana was getting ready to trot down to first base. But the catcher here batting in the 7th hole. He's probably going to have to swing the bat. That ball is in there for ball 4. Massa is not particularly pleased with that call. That is the first walk of the day for Hasaguchi. So we go back to Chesterton, who led off at this last inning when they picked up their 3 runs. Another ball there. Feels like potentially two balls, 1 strike. Chesterton showed bunt there for a second. That is fouled off. So the count goes to 2-2. So this is the semi-final of the NBL here at Farnham Park. The final will be having its game 1 at 3 o'clock today. And Chesterton fouls the game of today. Also taking part on another field today will be the women's final. As part of BBF. The WBL final is going on currently between the London Mayhem and the Sheffield Bruins, with Sheffield having an early 3-1 lead in the bottom of the first as the game is currently ongoing. Just a bit of time there, a few foul balls off. The umpire needs to go and get some more balls. So count is still 2-2 here. And contact is made. It looks like it will go high, and it is caught by the right fielder there for the Toucans. So Chesterton just got under it slightly, and it was a nice easy trot across for the right fielder Carlos Torres to get the first out of the bottom of the 6th. Runner did not get any chance to advance on that play. So we now have 1 out and still have that runner on first for Perez, the number 9 hitter. Reached base last time round on a hit by pitch. First pitch in there for a ball. In for a strike. And contact is made. Is picked up cleanly by the first baseman. Looks potentially to go to second, but then takes a nice simple flip to first. As great covering of the bag by Hasaguchi there from the pitcher. Did the PFP cleanly, but it was a good diving pickup there by the first baseman. Great play there by Marriott at first base. The runner obviously did advance to second, but it is 2 outs. And where we are right now, Essex need runs on the arrows, and the Toucans just need 4 more outs. High pitch there. Just takes Massa over the 100 pitch mark for the day. And that off speed is in there for a strike. Wind picking up here, as you can maybe see on the camera, crosswind. And that ball is fouled off. So the count is 1-2. The batter is hit by that pitch. So Diaz reaches base. Julio Figueroa up now for Essex in a key spot. 2 hits the day for him so far. They could really do with a third. 2 outs with 2 on and a 6-run deficit. Essex really need to score runs here in this bottom of the 6th. Takes that pitch in for a strike. Now back in glorious sunshine here as the variable weather of September in Britain hits us. And contact is made. It gets over the first baseman's head. We're on 1, we'll score. The second runner will hold up at third. So that is a single there for Figueroa. And the Essex have cut that lead again. Still a long way to go, 5 runs, but up to bat now is the man who is undoubtedly one of the best hitters in this league. Angel Perez, the right fielder. Big moment here at the game. Julio at first does have speed, so anything that hits the gap or gets over the head of this outfield will probably score 2. And that's going to be up the middle. That will score 1. Julio is going to go to 3. The throw is there, and it gets there in time. And on the throw, Perez manages to advance to second base. So another run in for Essex. So that's 2 2-out runs here in the bottom of the 6th. They've now chipped away that lead. It was once 9-0. It is now 9-5. Now a big bat here for Jonathan Novas. He's been a good hitter for them this season. That first ball is fouled off. Just waiting here while the ball that was fouled off gets picked up as it stayed in the field. Okay. Umpire is given the go. Pitch comes in, off speed. It's grounded. It's bobbled. The throw is not picked up cleanly. The ball gets away from the first baseman, and that will score 2 more for Essex. And this game that was once 9-0 is now 9-7 with a tying run at the plate for Essex. 4 runs here in the bottom of the 6th has made this a ball game once again. A good bit of base running there by one of the Essex there, running in front of the fielder. Obviously didn't interfere with the play itself, but made it difficult. The bobble on the fielding, and then the throw as well got away from him. Wasn't picked by the first baseman, and so now it is 9-7. And that ball is fouled off. This is the DH Martinez. The pitch, and he swings on it. Ball looks like it's fouled off. Just got a little bit of the catcher there. So he's just taking a little bit of time to feel himself out. So 0-2 on Martinez. He is the tying runner. This game has turned on its head almost from 9-0 to 9-7. And we still have a 7th inning to go. Pitches, that ball is high, taken for a ball. Feels like some of the team there were screaming for him to stay in position and maybe take the hit by pitch. Count. That is strike 3. So we get out of the 6th inning and we head into the top of the 7th. It is a 2-run ball game now as Arrows score 4 in that innings, and it is 9-7. 2 runs in this game going into the last inning. We'll be back to you shortly for the last inning, top of the 7th. Okay, so that first pitch. So here we are, top of the 7th. The final inning of this game, 9-7. All outside. Essex need to do everything they can here to keep this at 2 runs and hope that they can get at Masa Hashiguchi on the Toucan side, who is now at 114 pitches. And contact is made there, but it is fouled up and out of play. Count 3-1 here for Torres. Pitch is low, and that is ball 4. So the Toucans get a lead-off runner here. They look to go and get some security runs because this game that was potentially theirs is just slipping away from them in the last few half innings. And 9-7. Up to bat now, Leo Cedeno. DH. Looks to square up. And the runner goes, and he's there easily in time. So a stolen base there. So that walk has turned into a runner in scoring position. Essex looking. Runner goes. This was a good play though. But no tag attempt made. And the runner is at third. The count is 1-1. The 2 stolen bases there means the Herts now have 3 attempts to drive in this runner and increase their lead back up again. Big swing there. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Contact is made. Back to the pitcher. He looks the runner back. A little slightly high throw to first, but no major attempt by the batter there to sprint down the line. Means that the runner does not get to advance from third, and we have 1 out. Left fielder Tezuka up to bat now with that trademark Japanese stance. Fouls that first pitch off for a strike. The next pitch is low. Essex can do without another wild pitch or pass ball here. Really got to keep this runner from scoring. Keep it a 2-run game. Contact is made. It looks like it's going to get over the head. It will, off the wall. Just 4, maybe 5 foot short of a home run there. It hit off the fence. And that double will easily score a run for Essex. For Herts, even so, it now goes to 10-7. A great double there from Kazuki Tezuka. Wind blowing out into left field today really carried that. That very nearly cleared the fence for a home run, which here at Farnham Park are rarely seen outside of the ones that make it over the fence. We've seen a few inside the Parkers in our NBL final calling days, but we've not seen any home runs in the last few years in the finals. Red ball is in the dirt again. So count is 2-0. Runner goes. No throw. No one was holding the runner on. So another stolen base. There was a strike on the play, but the runner again has managed to advance. Takes that pitch. So now the count of 2-2. Essex still slightly in their head. Looks like most of their infield is on the dirt here, trying to stop this runner from scoring if contact is made. And it is fouled back. So the count stays at 2-2. So one player at bat here, his first at bat of the day. And he makes contact. It goes about 3 yards. It will score the run. And there is no play made at one. The play went to home to try and get the runner, but it was weak contact, hard for the pitcher to get to the ball, and so the run scores. We'll see if they'll call that an infield single or a fielder's choice, but the run does score, and the Toucans take their lead back to 4 runs. And we just have the Essex coaches coming out to have a discussion here. I think that's probably going to be it for Mercedes, and it does look like it is. Looks like they're going to go to another arm. Looks like number 5. Let's see if we can get who that is. Number 5 looks like Haman Obando. Obando has appeared in 8 games for Essex this season, with 4 in starts and 4 in relief. He has a 10.59 ERA over 26 innings pitched. With 11 strikeouts and 12 walks. Not been the most accurate, it looks like, but it's been the 5 home runs that he's given up that really hurt him so far this season. Let's see how he does now. Probably more than likely that he won't throw 30 pitches, even if, so he'll probably be able to be used if they do manage to get through this game. So it is 1 out, runner on first. I can go back and tell you that Luis Wampo was credited with a single on that play. That's a couple of singles for the Toucans that have made it barely 10 feet from the plate. For Luis, as well as Will Zucker, who he replaced, are speed demons. The ball gets away on the pickoff attempt, but there is no movement as it doesn't get too far away. Wampler, as I said, like Zucker, is renowned for their speed. Will probably be looking like everyone else has for this Toucans team in the last inning or so to try and get a steal. Pitch in there for a strike. It seems to be a tick or 2 slower than the pitching we've seen so far today. Just a bit outside. The position now, I think, where they just need to can't give up walks, trying to get the ball over that plate and get themselves into the bottom of the inning with the lead not being too high. That ball is in the dirt. Runner does not advance. 2 balls and 1 strike. Ball 3 there. So 3 balls and 1 strike. And that one is taken in for a strike. So the count goes full. Obando looking to get out the first batter that he has faced and getting Essex out of this innings. The perfect thing here would be the grounder for the double play. Haven't seen Connor take too much of a swing here. Off speed is hit. It is flown up. The runner is going to have to go back because he was going on the play. It's dropped. And so taken the lead runner there. Don't think that was a deliberate play, even though they could have been getting rid of the faster runner by doing so. I think that was a genuine drop, but the runner is out at second on the play anyway, so we have 2 outs now on the play. Essex really need to get out of this inning now without conceding any more and go to the bottom of the 7th, which will be the last half inning of this game unless we are tied. And contact is made. That's a fly ball. Center field looks like he should have it, and he does. So that ends the top of the 7th. Herts tack on 2 more to take their lead back up to 4. It's 11-7. We'll be in the bottom of the 7th shortly. The last half inning. We'll be back to you in just a minute. Okay. You join us back now for the bottom of the 7th. The last half inning of this game, unless we end up at 11 all when we will go into extras. I'll explain the rules behind extras in British baseball if we do need to get there. But we find ourselves in this position. Essex trail 11-7 going into the bottom of the last inning. They have up to bat now Kendre Marte Batista. He is the number 6 hitter. So we've got 6, 7, 8, 9. A couple of them get on base, and they can maybe get to the big boys back up to do something. But Marte takes that first pitch in there for a strike. Hashiguchi is on 115 pitches, but will probably go all this game. Second pitch in there for a ball. Contact is made. That's going to bloop. Is it going to... A great diving play there by the center fielder. He makes the catch, but he looks like he has hurt himself on the dive. An unbelievable play there by Wampler. That looked like it was just going to be a little bloop that would make it over. But a great running and diving catch means that that is an out. And that is one of the only 3 that Essex have left. An amazing play there by Louis Wampler. As in the first base.
Hey Bruno, we lost the... Oh. That's not even on. Bruno, we lost the third...
Just a quick break here as the centre fielder is seen to by the medics to check that he's okay. I think obviously he just, the outstretched arm and wrist as he made into the ground after making the play. Does look like he is going to continue. There doesn't seem to be any major movement on the bench about a replacement. So yeah. The medic is coming off the field, so Wampler will continue at centre field. So yes, after that diving play, Essex have 2 outs left. So with the score at 11-7 with 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th. Essex need something from the bottom of their order to get their big hitters back up. We are now on 7, and we will get 8 and 9 to come afterwards. And that pitch is taken in for a ball. And that one's a strike. Interesting to see what Santana's approach will be here. Has a walk and a strikeout in his 3 at-bats today. 3 plate appearances. Next pitch is high. Be interesting to see if we're going to see the bat come off his shoulder. And contact is made. That one does look like it's going to get over the head. It does, of the left fielder. And that will be a stand-up double there for Santana. Great contact. And with the wind carrying anything here to left, it easily made it over the left fielder's head. So a stand-up double. Still at 11-7. It does look though that after attempting to continue on the play, Wampler, the centre fielder, is now coming out. It does look like he is still hurt from that play beforehand, so a replacement is heading out there. Looks like Johan Villanueva is going out to centre field. So that's another defensive change at centre field. This one forced by the injury to Wampler. So a runner on second, 1 out here. Chesterton at the plate, takes that first pitch in for a strike. Next one just a bit outside, count goes to 1-1. Chesterton has done well today, 2 hits to his name so far. Contact is made, but it goes straight to second base, and although the throw pulls the first baseman slightly away from the bag, that is the 2nd out. So Essex now have 2 outs and need a 2-out rally of 4 runs here to get them anywhere. And here is the big at-bat for me. We have Perez, the number 9 hitter, who is 0-2, but with a hit by pitch. So this is a key at-bat as you're going to get in any game of baseball. First pitch in there for a strike. I think Massa and the Toucans all know they get this out, obviously that would be ball game. But then if they don't get it, they face the top of the order, which has got to Massa the last couple of times up. So that off-speed pitch there is outside. And gets a pitch on the swing there. One more swing. This could be the last pitch of the game. Contact is made. It's hit high. It's going to be caught by the left fielder. The Toucans have won this game 11-7. So, as I said earlier, that means that Herts will go to European baseball next season. They will be playing in the finals after this and some European baseball later on. It was a very interesting game. It ended at 11-7 to the Toucans. Essex will be wanting that one inning back, that fifth where they conceded 8 runs. It has hurt them a lot. The errors, the walks, the wild pitches and the balks. That was the difference. We will see if we can grab an interview with the winning managers shortly after the players have done their traditional high fives of this game. But that's ball game for the semi-final. The Herts Toucans win 11-7 against the Essex Arrows. We'll be back for you shortly, hopefully, with some interviews before we go live for the finals, game 1 at 3 o'clock. Hello and welcome back to NBL Finals. Here we are at Game 1 here at Farnham Park. Here is your defensive lineup for the London Mets. Pitching is Mitsuhiro Watanabe. Catching, Joe Cosgrove. First base, we have Ian Fletcher. Second base, Brendan Power. Shortstop, Mike Thierberg. Third base, Ethan Dick. Out in right field, we have Ryan Dickerson. In center field, we have Quinn Cotton. And in left field, we have Antoine Miller. This season, Mitsuhiro Watanabe has a 2.61 ERA over 11 game starts. He has completed 6 of those games and has shut people out for 4 of them. He's pitched 62 innings for the Mets, has been their ace pitcher for the season. The hitting lineup for the Herts Toucans is identical to how they started the semi-final. So we have Satohiko Fukuda Up first, then Shoya Tsutsui, then Josh Marriott, Carlos Torres, Leo Cedeno, Kazuki Tezuka, Will Zucker, Connor Brown, and Peter Wyden. But we are about ready now for the first pitch of the game. And swing on that first pitch, so that is a strike. As we did earlier on today, we apologize for having issues with interference on the center field camera, so we just have the first base and third base cameras for you today. That was a swinging strike, so 0-2. And takes that pitch there for 2-1. Sorry, 1-2. The count is 1-2. And that pitch is just a little bit outside inside there. Taken, count goes to 2-2. Foul ball. Fouled that onto his own leg. It's not a way to start a game. He'll be feeling that one for a bit. The Mets have faced the Toucans 6 times across the season, and they do have a 5-1 record in those games. They are probably the strong favourites for today. And that is called strike 3 there. Especially obviously with Herts having to use their key pitcher, Masa Hashiguchi, in game 1 of the semi-final, or the semi-final even. And he will not be able to pitch for either today or tomorrow. So, after that first out, up to bat now, Shoya Tsutsui. He fouls that ball off to 0-1. The next pitch is in, it's grounded to the shortstop, and he bobbles it. Maybe a bouncer took it over the glove, but that will probably go down as an error. So, Herts have a base runner here in the first inning. Up to bat now is the first baseman, Josh Marriott. And swing on that pitch. As Ryan said in his pre-game speech to us, the Mets have not looked the cleanest defensively this season. It's not a good start, but they will hopefully not go back into that state for any themselves or any Mets fans today. Count is 1-1. And a pickoff attempt there, but the runner is back. Seen so far, but obviously the umpires have rotated from their positions for game 1. We now do have Kevin Anderson behind home plate. He was at first for the first one. Pattern order has moved from third to first, and Mike Shepard, who was the home plate umpire, has gone to third base. So count is 2-2. And contact is made. Looks like a perfect routine double play ball. Gets one. And he gets the second. So the Mets recover from that early defensive error with a nice, clean 4-6-3 double play to get them out of that inning. Just picked up there, clean. Nice pick by the first baseman there for the London Mets and Fletcher. So it's 0-0 through the top of the first. We're back to the bottom of the first with Mark Thieberg, Joe Cosgrove and Quinn Cotton up to bat for the London Mets. We'll be back with you shortly. And so we come to the bottom of the first inning. Here is the defensive lineup for.
The left fielder having a hard time seeing me because the reflection coming off the van.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
We just
I was get
cover the
Bruno.
window a little bit.
I can get Bruno to move the van.
Move it just a little bit.
Hey Bruno, can you move the van please? Because the reflection from the side of the van is affecting the outfielders.
Okay, so our defensive lineup for the Herts Toucans pitching this game is Brian Deering.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go take over.
Yep. And catching is Connor Brown. Josh Marriott at first, Pete Weidman at second. Shoya Satsui at shortstop and Satohiko Fukada at third base. Carlos Torres is in right field, Will Zucker at center field, and Keitsi Tezuka at left field. It is the same defensive lineup as the first game, obviously with the exception of the pitcher changing. And so that's the first pitch in there for a ball. Second pitch is also a ball.
Here you go, Brian, you've got this.
Pitch taken there for a strike. And contact is made. But it is a routine play there in right field for Torres. So that is the first out of the inning. Up to bat now is the catcher, Joe Cosgrove. And take that first pitch in there for a strike. Cosgrove has a 3.14, 4.95, 4.29 slugging line for the season. And he takes that second pitch there for a strike. Starting to see the effects of a slightly different zone here, maybe from Kevin. And that ball is swung at and fouled off. So the count stays at 0-2. And that's another foul off, and the count stays at 0-2. Let's see what we get here. Strike three. Looked a little bit low, and the catcher for the Mets is just asking where the call was, but that is 2 down.
Ding was fine, yeah. Fine.
So we'll see how this goes. 2 down then for the Mets here in the bottom of the first. Remember, this is but a 5-inning game. Pitch just outside. As was mentioned in the pregame, Quinn Cotton is a star of this team. He has a 4.82, 5.37, 1.048 slug. That is right, his slug is over 1,000. In 83 at-bats, he has 13 doubles and 10 home runs this season. So this is a man who can hit the ball hard. And that's a ball in the dirt. He's not going to chase that. 2-1. And that ball is high. Quinn takes that to go 3-1. Obviously, not really the aim for. Probably might not challenge Cotton here. May nibble around at the edge, see if he'll get him to chase something. He's not going to chase that. So they walk Cotton. This now brings up Evan Fletcher, first baseman, to hit. Pick-off move there. Runner is back in time. Cotton has 12 steals on the season with 1 caught, so could look to be a problem. We'll see here. Big hack there from Fletcher. He has a 364, 421, 848 slash line, gives him a 1269 OPS over the season. Fletcher joined this team halfway through the year, and after his 33 plate appearances, has 3 home runs and 5 doubles. The runner goes. Squibber up the line, taken by the pitcher, who goes to the bag himself and gets the out. So the walk to Cotton does not affect the score of this game. So we stay at 0-0 after the first inning. We're back to the top of the second shortly. Okay, so you join us back now for the top of the second inning here in Game 1 of the NBL Final, brought to you by the BBF, Out of the Park Baseball 26, talkSPORT and Journey Sport. We're delighted to be here, and once again, sunny Farnham. This game was delayed 20 minutes as we had a little downpour in between the semi-final and the final, but that all looks past us now and back into glorious sunshine. September in the United Kingdom. So here comes the first pitch of the second inning. Lovely pitch. Oof. Just maybe a little low there. It's in for a ball. He must be just a little inside from where we're seeing. So Torres, the right fielder who took the fly in the first inning, makes contact, and that is just foul. Out early on that one. Count goes to 2-1. Okay, fourth pitch of the plate appearance. And strike called there. Another couple of questions from one of the players to the umpire here. A ball in the dirt. And so the count goes full for the first batter. Had fairly efficient first innings from both pitchers. That ball gets thrown down. I was thinking that would have been a strikeout, but it's not given. So catcher having some questions for the umpire, but that is a walk. Looks like the blue is telling the catcher that it was just a bit outside. Let's see how this will play for the game. But Herts again have a base runner. This time the leadoff makes it 2 first. A pitch in there for a strike. Here's Deno once again DHing for the Toucans here in Game 1 of the final, as he did in the semis. Batter swings at that one away and fouls it off. Count is quickly 0-2. And the pitch fouled off there on that check swing. So the count stays at 0-2. Let's see once again looking for ground ball to turn up a double play like they did in the first inning to get out of the inning. This one will just get them through. And that is, again, perfect. To the hop, to the first, and onto first. But he does not pick it up cleanly. The throw was not the best, and it was not picked up by Fletcher at first. But they do get the lead runner. Chance at a double play ball, but it wasn't quite converted. So the Toucans still have a runner on first, but we have one out now. And contact is made, it's blooped and back to first, and they do get the double play, this time from that bloop hit to the pitcher and a quick throw back to first. So 2 double plays in the first and the second inning clear the bases for the Mets, and the Toucans do not take advantage of either of their base runners so far. One from an error and one from a walk. It is still 0-0. We'll be back for you in the bottom of the second shortly. Okay, so we're back now for the bottom of the second inning. As remember, I will say often today, and the commentators that you have tomorrow will say regularly, this is but a 5-inning game. So these innings are very important. Leading off is Ryan Dickerson, the right fielder. First pitch in there for a ball. And big swing there, just over the top. As I stated in the earlier games today, there are 3 games over the weekend, and anybody who pitches once during a day cannot pitch again during the day. So anybody who pitched for this Hearts team in their semi-final cannot pitch tomorrow, and the same will be for Game 2 and Game 3 on Sunday. Also, if you have pitched more than 30 pitches on Saturday, you cannot pitch on Sunday. So Massa, who pitched the complete game for the Herts Toucans, cannot pitch tomorrow. Today, it'll be interesting to see how the Toucans will play this game, whether they'll go through lots of pitchers and leave them available for tomorrow. I very much imagine that the Mets will just let Masahiro Watanabe go for the game. So the count is 2-2. And it gets him to chase. So the count, that is the first out of the inning. Swinging strike there. It's a second strikeout for Brian Deering here. This is only the second game that Brian has played for the NBL Hearts team, the Toucans. He has spent most of his time pitching in AAA, where he has had a 4.2 ERA over 6 appearances across 30 innings, with obviously the Toucans needing to have as many arms as possible, given the 4 games they could potentially play over the weekend. Pitch in there. Count is 2-0. So after a few early locals, I think the Blue has established his own now, not calling those low ones. 3-0 for Ethan Dick. Takes the pitch there. So that off-speed pitch is hit. It's popped up, but it's going to make its way out of play. So that takes the count from 3-0 to 3-2. Taking that strike. Full count. Here comes the pitch. And contact is made. That will probably bloop into centre field. It will. So that'll be the first hit of the day here in the bottom of the second. Mets take a single and get a runner on first. Up to bat now, left fielder Antoine Miller. Miller has a 3.45, 4.71, 600 slugging line for a 1071 OPS. He's got 4 homers to his name across 55 at-bats. Does have the most strikeouts across the Mets at 15, although he's played a vast number of games more than a few of the players playing with him today. So we do have 11 walks, 15 strikeouts, and 4 home runs to his name. Our 3 true outcome batter here for the Mets. Takes the ball, and that gets past the catcher, and that will advance the runner to second. He takes a look round, but doesn't progress any further than that. So let's see how that one be called. I think Dyke's gone to second on the passed ball as it has been scored. So 1-0 here. Runner now in scoring position for the London Mets. Pitch just staying high. Dropped later, but not given a strike call by the Blue. So 2-0. Ball in the dirt. Good eyes. Good pick there by Connor Brown. So after that quick plate appearance, here we go. 3-0. Do have an open base. That ball is fouled. Might stay, but the left fielder is quite a bit shifted inside, so has no chance of making that play in foul territory. So count goes to 3-1. Not even half a second, half a millisecond earlier, and that could have just stayed in fair territory and driven in the first run of the game, but it did not. So the count goes to 3-1. Just a loud strike, they'll be telling themselves. And that ball is high, and that will be ball 4. And as mentioned, that takes Brian past the 30 pitch limit, so imagining he'll be, that season will go as deep as he can today, as he will not be available off the mound tomorrow. Brendan Power up to bat now. Ball in the dirt.
You've got this, Brian.
So runners on first and second here for Powell. And that ball is swung on but fouled off, so the count is 1-1. That pitch taken for a strike. And the ball gets in the dirt and will advance both of the runners. The throw goes down to second, as Miller was a little bit more delayed getting off than Dyke to third, but that has advanced both of the runners into scoring position. Count is 2-2 for Power. Ball in play will probably score a run for the Mets. Get ball out of the infield, might score two. Big moment here, big early moment. Can the Mets get ahead? Takes that pitch. Count goes full. So, Power, member of the Irish national team at some point, and has been a long-time player for the London Mets, part of many of their previously 8 consecutive victories at the NBL level. Takes a swing at that one, but pulls it foul. So, the count is still full. Here's the pitch. That is up the middle. The play goes home. Easily gets the runner. Runner went on the play, but the infield. Well, it's an easy play there by Wordman. Straight to him, advanced on the ball. Got the play at home easily in advance. So runners still on the corners for the Mets, but 2 outs now. Up to bat is Taisei Nakahara. To any of you watching out there and want to feel particularly old, Taisei is 17 years old. And he has been playing for the NBL London Mets team this season after joining the club just a few years back. At the age of 13, he was pitching in the Single A final. So he has progressed rapidly as he has grown. A great young player, came in across obviously from Japan. Hope one of the future stars of this London team, DHing today. He swings at that high pitch. Is it going to stay in territory? The fair territory, and it is taken by the third baseman. Looks like he gave quite an opportunity and a misread, but eventually it was taken. And so the Mets strand 2 runners, and the game stays tied at 0s as we go through 2. Remember, we only have 5 innings. Top of the third will be there shortly. And we're back now for the top of the third inning. This game is still tied 0-0. Even though the Toucans have had a base runner in each inning, they've actually only got through 6 batters. So this is batter number 7, Will Zucker, the center fielder. Zucker scored 2 very important runs in the first game for the Herts Toucans, including the run for game 1, which he took a very fortuitous short single. Okay, and so that is a walk there for the first batter. Zucker, as you said in the first game, is renowned for his on-base percentage and his speed, so he'll be looking to steal and get over to second base, get himself in scoring position either for Connor Brown or Pete Wiedemann afterwards. And the pitch in the dirt, but swung on. So that goes 0-1 on that swing. And pick off throw. Zucker is back clearly in time. Count still 0-1. Contact is made. We have another double play ball. Power takes it to first. Throw is not in time, but they get the lead runner. So once again, Mets get a ground ball that allows them to get the lead runner. Had turn 1 double play, but at this one, did not look like it got fast enough to Power for that double play, and especially as the throw then was high from Theberg. No chance for the out at first, but the Mets do get the out and switch a fast runner for a slower runner in Connor Brown. And first pitch swinging is fouled off. And another big swing there. Count quickly in Watanabe's favor. It's now 0-2. Here comes the pitch. Runner goes. Throw is there and in time. Runner is got at second. Call on the pitch. Well, looks like it was a ball, so it wasn't a strike him out, throw him out. But another good piece of defensive work there by the Mets, making up from that first error in the game. So it's now 1-2 with nobody on and 2 outs. Pitch is a bit high and inside. 2-2. It's another high pitch. Count now goes full. So far, the Toucans have had a base runner in every inning so far, but they've also been cleaned off the bases, either from double plays or from that caught stealing. And here's the payoff pitch. It is hit foul down the line. A battling at bat here from Pete Wiedemann. After fouling the first one off and swinging on the strike, took 3 more pitches to get to the full strike, fouls that one off. General rule goes, the longer the bat goes, the more in favor of the batter it gets. And he takes that on the knees for strike 3. Yeah, it looked like he wanted to take a walk down to first base there on that one, but that's where the blue has been calling it today. So, through the top of 3, it is still nothing. And that is halfway through game 1, as it is but a 5-inning game due to the constraints of playing the games over this weekend. We'll be back to you with the bottom of the 3rd inning shortly. And so we're back now for the bottom of the 3rd inning. We go back to the top of the Mets lineup. Back to shortstop Mark Theberg. Theberg flew out to right field in his first at bat. Mets have left runners on in both of these first 2 innings. They'll look to advance more than that in this 3rd inning. So here we go. First pitch at the bottom of the 3rd. Off-speed pitch in, just a little high. Here comes the next pitch. Outside. Good eyes here from the shortstop. Nice open stance as he steps in. Big leg kick. Takes that ball inside. 3-0. Not the biggest individual, but can hit with power. Has a tight loaded swing. And the kick. Watches that one in. Ball 4. And takes space on 4 pitches. So the Mets have a leadoff runner. And they now hope that the core of their batting lineup can drive him in. Cosgrove now in. Wasn't pleased with his strikeout pitch in the first inning. Let's see if he'll change his approach at the plate. And a pickoff thrown. But runner is easily back in time. Cosgrove obviously being the catcher for the Mets as well. He would have seen the zone from the other side. So let's see how much of his approach has changed. The first pitch. Bed high and outside. Mets potentially trying to be a little bit more patient here in this inning. Wait for the exact pitch that they want, and the pick again off is not in time. Theberg has 5 stolen bases to his name this season, so who knows what they'll go here. Whether he'll try and steal. Another ball, 2-0. Outside, oh, taken for a strike.
Here we go, Toucan.
So 2 balls and 1 strike. Contact is made. It looks like it's going to get to the shortstop, but the throw is back in time. Hebo took a large lead, misread that one entirely, and gets doubled up at first base. See the runner go back. Runner took too much of a large lead there and got himself doubled off. So Mets lose their base runner and now have 2 outs. Ball high for Quinn Cotton. Not playing the cleanest baseball here. And that is hit. But that will be a foul ball. A long foul ball that's even made its way onto the D1 here at Farnham Park. On D1 in Farnham Park, we did have the women's final of the WBL earlier on today, and the Sheffield Bruins beat the London Mayhem 17-6 in that game to take the title. And contact is made this time, and it drops in front of the center fielder, who looked like he was quite deep, knowing Quinn Cotton's power. And that means that he manages to use his legs as well and gets all the way to third on that play. Looks like they had shifted Quinn a bit and also gone quite deep. And that routine probably would have been a more routine play for someone sat in a standard position in center field. But it drops in front of Zucker, and the Mets now have a runner at third with 2 outs. See how that will be scored. Probably a triple. Can't really give any of the points as an error, as he was sliding to make the plate. So now time for Fletcher to see if he can drive in the run. Takes the first pitch for a ball. But that's the proof of that doubling off. That has cost the Mets a run. And he steps off. Either a conversation or looking at how far Cotton is down the third baseline. And the pitch in the dirt, but stays. Brown keeps it in front of him. Good catching there by Brown. Cotton is definitely trying to as much as get into the pitcher Brian Deering's head as much as possible. Taking a big lead. Engaging in the stare down. Count is 2-0. Fletcher will be looking to ambush anything that's near the zone. Another one outside. 3-0. See what the approach is here. Obviously the walk could be great, but potentially green light on anything to swing at. Contact is made and it is over the head, down the left field line. Cotton will easily trot down the line to get the first run of the game. Fletcher will take a stand-up double down the left field line. Two out. Extra base hits there from the London Mets gives them a 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the third inning. Great pieces of situational hitting there from Fletcher. Even though the count was 3-0, he was swinging at anything that was going to be in that zone, knowing that getting it out of the infield would get them the run, which he successfully did. So the Mets take a 1-0 lead. We have a little visit here just to calm everything down. As we've said earlier on, pitcher Deering has spent most of his time in AAA, which is the tier below this level in British baseball this season. Just a player that is called up for extra hands for the Toucans this weekend, given the fact that they will need to play 4 games across the 2 days, potentially. Especially if they lose this game and they want to win, they'll have to win game 2 and 3 tomorrow. So this time. So take that first pitch there for a ball. Ryan Dickerson, the right field up now. Another pitch outside. Count is 2-0. And the pitch in the dirt. But Brown, the catcher, does well to keep it in front of him. Stop the runner from advancing. But for the second batter in a row and the third batter in this inning, Mets batter finds themselves in a 3-0 position. Walk and a double have come so far on the pitches. That is ball 4 and another walk. So that's two outs now with runners and first and second. At bat, Ethan Dyke, third baseman. The lefty takes that pitch inside for a ball. That's looking to continue this 2-out rally. Get a significant lead if they can. It is but 1 run so far. And that is hit, and that's going to drop. But the first base takes it. And it is picked clean, but it's called off the bag by the first baseman. Called off by the first base umpire. Was picked clean by Josh Marriott, but Pedernordle, the umpire at first base, called that his foot had got off the bag as he made the play. So the runner is safe, and the Mets have loaded the bases for Antoine Miller. We'll see how the umpire scores that one. Probably an error, but we'll see. And swings on that first pitch. Oh, 1. And he swings and makes contact with that one, pushes it down the line, but it lands about 5 or 6 foot into the foul territory. And so just waiting here while that foul ball gets picked up. Just so you know, that play was called a single in the end. So Dick did get a single and loaded the bases. 0-2 now to Miller. Let's see what Deering can offer him. Try and expand the zone. Big swing on that. Fouls it straight back. Meant the timing was right on, just a little bit under. Count stays at 0-2. Critical moment here in the game. This ball gets out of the infield. Could really increase this lead here for the London Mets. Toucans really need this out. And hit by pitch. And so the runner scores. Personally, did not see too much of a movement there, but can't see from the other side whether he just turned around. Herts pitcher is definitely asking that he stuck his elbow out. Umpire didn't give that, so the Mets take a 2-0 lead, and the bases are still loaded here with 2 outs. So Power just looks like Reese is also coming out just to have a conversation with the blue. Potentially making some defensive substitutions here. And that does look to be, after especially with the pitcher having the manager having a conversation with the umpire first. I imagine that that probably will be the last batter for Brian. Okay, so pitcher is coming out, and it does look like they are going to kill the DH here for the Toucans. So it looks like the right fielder, Torres, is coming into pitch. We'll get you details on who's heading out to right field shortly when we hear that. Let's see, didn't see if Torres was warming up in between the innings beforehand. He's now switching over to his pitching glove. Here in British baseball, they get 8 pitches off the mound when it's your first time here. 5 after any subsequent innings. Yeah, no, right fielder has come into pitch. The DH will be killed, and so therefore the DH will now have to be replaced to whoever's gone out to right field. Looking at what that is, it looks like the number 14. Let's see if we can get information on who that is. Well, it looks like 14 has gone to right field, which is Josh Marriott, the first baseman. So maybe we'll see who's gone in at first base. We'll confirm that when we get what has been officially updated to the score. But now all of that is done and dusted. We are in this very important position. Bases loaded, 2 outs, and the Mets already scoring 2 in this inning. Power jumps on the first pitch, but pulls it foul. After all of that, Brandon Powell was waiting, looking to trump early on any strike that was thrown. So aggressive swinging there from Power. Next pitch. And that is going to get through the gap. That'll score 1, probably 2. The run is not picked up. And it's not picked up cleanly in the infield either. So the runner who was at first then advanced 2 seconds. So a 2-run single there from Brendan Power means the Mets now lead 4-0. They have runners on the corners with 2 outs. So yes, just to confirm, it was Cedenu who was the DH, has gone into first base, and Marriott has moved over from first base to right field, with the right fielder Torres coming in to pitch. Power then 2 pitches, 2 swings, and has given the Mets a 4-0 lead here in the bottom of the 3rd. Taisei Nakahara takes first pitch in for a ball. Another pitch outside. Now to Nakahara. Checks his swing on that high pitch. Herts asked the third base umpire if he led, but he did not. So 3-0. Another 3-0 for the London Mets. 4th one of this inning. 2 walks and a double so far on these pitches. Takes that one in there for a strike. Count goes to 3-1. Can the Mets add more in this inning? Goes high. Takes the, should be given the swing. Check was not good enough. So count now goes 3-2. Huge pitch here. Base runner first will be going on the pitch with a full count. And I say fouls that one off. It just comes back and lands in front of the first base area. So count is still full. 2 outs with runners on the corner. Here's the payoff pitch. Taken for a strike on the corner. Another batter who's not happy with that call, but we've seen it multiple times today already. It's where the Blues zone is. And so, not a happy finish for the Mets, but a happy inning. 4 runs for them, and they take a 4-0 lead into the top of the 4th. Remember, this is just a 5-inning game today. So just 2 innings left for the Toucans to get these runs back. We'll be back to you at the top of the 4th shortly. Okay, and so we're back here for the top of the 4th inning. Watanabe still on the mound for the Mets. First pitch in there for a strike. Second pitch is fouled off, and so quickly. Elsewhere, even though we're on the 4th inning and they've had base runners in all of the innings, we've actually only gone through the lineup once here for the Toucans. So this is the second time round for Sadahiko Fukuda. And contact is made, dribbles it to first base, and it's picked up cleanly and taken to the bag by himself by the first baseman. And a simple first out there for the London Mets. And so the minimum number of batters still faced. Contact up the middle, picked up by Theberg. The throw is off the bag, and he doesn't get the tag in time. Pulled off the bag there by the throw. We'll have to again see how the Blue scores that one, but it could be the second error of the day. Here's the replay. You'll see picked up, throw, pulls him away from the runner, and doesn't get back in time to get the out. So, yep, probably will be an error on the shortstop for the second one of the game for Theberg. So once again, the Toucans have a runner on. Let's see if they can not get picked off or doubled up, as happened, or caught stealing or doubled up on all of their base runners so far. Official scorer has given that a single. I completely disagree with that decision. I thoroughly believe that if that ball was on target, it would have been an out, but official scorer has given it a single. And ball in the dirt, blocked by the catcher, and there is no advance from the runner. Count is 1-1. Marriott at bat now. He hit into the double play in the first end of the first inning. I'll be looking to not do that again. And this one, 2-1. Contact, hits the pitcher. Is he going to have time to get there? The throw, not in time to first. A bit of luck there for the Toucans. Ball came back and hit the pitcher. Was just a little bit unable to see where the ball went as it was still in his vicinity. Did manage to get to the ball, but did not get it in there time to get the runner at first. So we have runners at first and second with one out here. And that one gets through, and it looks like that will load the bases. Not a chance for Okay, so after conceding 4 in the bottom of the third, the Toucans have their opportunity to get back. And contact is made. That looks like that's going to hit the gap. It will do. It'll score 1. It'll score 2. It'll look like that is just it. A single into the gap. And the Toucans have got 2 out of the 4 they conceded back. So Leo Steno there with that single into the gap. Looks like we're going to have a pinch runner at first. So Steno, after getting that play, getting that important 2-run single, will rest for the rest of the game, having a runner replace him. Number 14 looks like, I say who's come in. We'll confirm when that comes through. Also, there we go. That's a grounder picked up by Thea, but goes to second and is not picked up on the bounce. So the runner scores to get the 3rd of the 4th back. And there was not a play at second. It would have been a close play. It would have been interesting to see what the umpire would have gone with. 4-3, the score is now. So the tying run is on second, and the go-ahead run on first here. No one seeming to be able to hold a decent lead today. Anytime someone gets ahead, they get brought back. And the pitch goes. Contact, and it's fouled off. Confirmed it was Johan Villanueva who was pinch running for Leo Sidena. Up to bat now is Will Zucker. Obviously, there's still chance for a double play here for the Mets. Taking that pitch on the knees. And mistake from the catcher, not being able to find the ball. Allows Villanueva to get to third base there. The runner at first did not have the same flight as feet as Villanueva, so their runners are now on first and third. So tying run now 90 feet away. The double play is still an option here for the Mets. And contact is made, it squibs it up the line. And it looks like they managed to turn the double play. They do, but by my eyes, that was a tag play and not a force play. So the runner, I think, has scored here. We'll wait for confirmation, but I still think the runner scored here because it was a tag play and not a force out. So the runner will score. Let's just wait for the confirmation. So it has confirmed the runner did score because it was a tag play. So obviously that takes it to 4 apiece as we hit into the bottom of the 4th. We'll be back shortly for you for the bottom of the 4th. So we are now 4 apiece in the bottom of the 4th. Mets got 4 in the bottom of the third, but gave those 4 immediately back. Just so if our viewers are unaware, when there is a forced out, if the runner was over the plate, it doesn't matter. But given the second out of that double play was a tag play and not a force out, that the runner scored beforehand means that it is a scored runner. So we are back to evens, but in the bottom of the fourth. Reminder, this is just a 5-inning game. Mets will look to get back on top with this inning. Okay, here comes the first pitch of the inning. Taken there for a ball. Next pitch taken in for a strike. We're back to the top of the Mets lineup. They did go bat all the way through in the last inning, with 9 of them going through and scoring 4 runs. Thiebo makes contact with that. He's popped it up. Third baseman is in on it. He's watching it, but he doesn't make it. The spin on the ball as that ball popped up and drifted away. Was looking directly into the sun, trying to make that play. Struggled with one behind him earlier on in the game, as well as one to end in the first game. So a reprieve there for Thiebo, as an error by the third baseman on that catch in foul territory. Ends up just being a foul ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That ball is in the dirt. 2-2. For those who haven't played baseball and seen how a pop-up works, the spin that's on the ball when it comes down causes it to move quite significantly. It doesn't just go straight up and straight down. It will start to veer. And a big swing there, but it is early and into foul territory, so the count stays 2-2. So 2's on the shortstop. And strike 3 on the swing. 1 down. So 1 out here in the bottom 4th in this tie game. Pitch taken outside. Cosgrove has... Ooh. Big hit there. Just ended up foul. Ended up probably 5 feet left of the foul line and pretty close to the fence. But just out in front of that, Cosgrove has struck out looking and hit into a double play. Although the double second part out of the play, as it was to right field, was not his fault the last time up. But that makes the count 1-1. Here comes the pitch. Taken for a strike. It's that one on the outside. And takes another one. That one not called. Was a bit lower, a bit further outside. So 2-2. And contact is made, fouled off again. Count stays at 2-2. Very pivotal moment here for The Mets would love to get runners on in front of Quinn Carton. Takes that pitch inside, so Cosgrove has worked this count full after being down 1-2 in the count. Let's see what we get here. Takes ball 4 according to Cosgrove, but strike 3 according to the Blue. Once again, painting on that outside corner, and 2 outs to the London Mets in this inning. So, Mets rallied with all of their runs in the last inning on 2 outs after a triple from Quinn Cotton. Will they do the same? Takes the first pitch outside. Cotton has a walk and a triple to his name so far. Contact made up the middle. That will get him on base. Will be but a single, as ball is cleanly fielded in center. So Cotton gets a base runner once again, a walk, a triple, and a single so far today. And Fletcher again up to bat with the chance of driving in Cotton. This time he's going to need another double down the line. Cotton's using those legs to get himself into position. Hits the ball. It goes. It's going to be past the right fielder. Cotton is sprinting all the way. He is going to be play at home. He's safe. The slightly errant throw and some great speed there from Cotton. And exactly as described, Fletcher hits the double and drives in Cotton once again for the Mets to take a 5-4 lead. So another RBI there for Avon Fletcher. And a 5th 2-out run for the London Mets. Oh, Dickerson chasing after one there. Really fished for that off speed. Was looking to drive something immediately. 2 down here in the bottom of the 4th. Mets have a 1-run lead again. Takes that pitch for a strike. Now quickly 0-2. Will this be another 2-out RBI for the Mets, or will this end the inning? Contact is made. It gets to the line. It's a great pickup. Is it there in time? It is there in time. So a great play at third base by Satahiko Fukuda. By Josh Marriott, who went back to first. So we now will head into the top of the 5th with the Toucans needing to score a run to continue the game, as this the 5th will be the last inning of the game today unless it is tied. We'll be back with you shortly. So, as I've said multiple times, due to the constraints of having to play 4 games over the weekend, these are but 5-inning games. And so we head to the top of the 5th with the Hearts down by 1 run, needing to score to force the Mets to go up to bat here in the 5th. First pitch inside for a ball. Connor Brown, the catcher for Herts Toucans, up to bat here. Number 8 on the lineup. Takes the first 2 pitches for a strike. To me, 3-0. Looks like the pitcher Watanabe is trying to just take it up a percentage or two and struggled to find the zone with those first 4 pitches. Change of that ball. So it looks like we're having a pinch hitter here for Hearts. So Kenta Kido is pinch hitting for Pete Wiedemann. So the tying run is on base. Go ahead run is on base. No outs here in the top of the 5th, which will be the last inning unless we are tied. Here comes the first pitch. And contact is made. Will they look to turn 2? No, it's a mistake. It's another error by the Mets. And that means that the Hearts now have the tying run in scoring position and the go-ahead run at first with no outs. Manager for the day, Ryan McClellan, talked about how defense had not been the best thing for the Mets this season, and it is definitely playing so far. A couple of errors, and probably a third in my book that wasn't scored, have definitely put this game in the Toucans' reach. Let's see if they can get anything from it. And batter squares up to bunt, makes contact, but pushes it down the line. So as he's saying, we now hit back to the top of the order for all the Toucans. Hitting their best players now as they have 2 runners on the place. That bunt does not advance the runners. Looking to hold them tight. Squares up for the bunt again. Gets the play. Picks up. Looks to 3. Knows he can't make it. So gets the out at first. But this is small ball that when we gave the interview with Reese Wilson between the games, this is what the Toucans do well. They can manufacture those runs. So they now have the tying run 90 feet away, and the go-ahead run is at second base. Let's see what Shoya Tsutsui will be allowed to do for the Herts Toucans. Comes the first pitch. It's taken for a ball. All of the Mets defenders are in on the grass. Looking to go home, probably on any play. Contact is made, it's fouled. And it's caught at first base. So the Mets get a very lucrative and cheap out there. That foul ball stayed in play, and the first baseman Fletcher was given a long time to get in position and make that play. Great work by him. We've seen how difficult it has been for fly balls today. So the Mets now 1 out away from winning game 1 here of the NBL Finals. So here we go. Contact is made. Goes to Power. Picks it up. Throws to first. And gets the out. And so that is 5-4. And that is ball game. So the Mets have taken game 1 here of the NBL BBF Finals. We have been Journey Sports Media. This has been a production with the BBF, Out of the Park Baseball 26, and talkSPORT. Please do stay with us as we will have some post-game interviews with some of the Mets players and so hopefully some of the Toucans to see how to do. And remember, games 2 and 3, weather permitting, will be played tomorrow. So please do join us again, 11 o'clock tomorrow for games 2 and 3. You'll be joined by delightful commentating pair of Danny Briggs and Alex Williams. I've been Russell Easom. Hopefully you'll stay around for the post-game interviews. We'll bring them to you shortly. And so we're back at the field here with Aiden Fletcher. For me, MVP of the game there. 2 key important hits there.
Appreciate you.
The Mets obviously picked up 5 runs there on 2 outs. You drove in Quinn Cotton twice with doubles down one line and then one down the other line. How did that feel for you guys today?
I think it's really, really fantastic for us to get the first win off the bat, honestly. We didn't play, I think, the way we wanted to really play, but that's all good because we just grinded it out and got that first W up because I think that's what we really need to come with momentum for tomorrow.
Yeah, it was a really kind of high and low defensive game for you guys today. There was like multiple double plays, a couple of other double opportunities that didn't go your way, but a couple of other fluffs in the infield that kind of bring you there. Is that something obviously you're going to pick up for game 2 and 3 tomorrow?
Obviously, yeah, we're always trying to make that a little bit cleaner in the infield as well, and the outfield. I mean, errors can destroy games, honestly, and that's one thing obviously we're going to try and tidy up tomorrow. I think overall, with what we had, I think we looked pretty good overall. We made some actually good double plays, even the ones that didn't go our way. They got some fast people over there, so it's just one of those things that it is baseball, but we'll come out cleaner tomorrow.
Yeah, I think obviously that's the Mets style. They get on top, and I think you're a little bit unlucky with some of the plays coming to getting runs earlier on. Obviously, congratulations, Fletch. We'll let you get back to the boys to celebrate game one, and we'll see if we can get someone from the Herts through game one. But if not, we'll be back to you guys tomorrow with games 2 and 3 here at Farnham, 11:30 tomorrow morning. Cool. Cheers, Fletch.
Appreciate you.
Now with Brian Deering, who's the starting pitcher here for the Herts Toucans today. Brian, he's been most of the season in AAA, got the call up to start game 1 in the NBL finals. Firstly, how did that feel getting that message from the team?
I mean, it's really nice to be welcomed by the Toucans. I think it's really cool as a club to be able to to support another team. They're coming into the playoffs and do whatever we can to help them out.
Yeah. And obviously, it's the bizarreness of how this weekend has gone that they're having to play potentially 4 games over the weekend.
Yeah.
Obviously, really tight first game, only 5-4 there. How do you feel that guys went for yourselves?
I mean, I think we played with a lot of heart. I mean, it was pretty awesome to watch. Even at the end, we had 2 guys on, almost scored. I mean, never out of it, always pushing hard, and I think everybody is fully into it. And yeah, I mean, it's just a good game, tight game at the end.
Yeah, exactly. I think obviously speaking to Reese beforehand and even in between the games, my understanding of this team is that the small ball is what they can work on really well, and they nearly had that, just an unlucky kind of foul that kind of stayed in fair territory that just didn't quite go your way.
Yeah.
That goes out of the field. Who knows what can happen? But obviously, best of luck to you guys tomorrow.
Yeah.
Obviously, again, Brighton here early, if we can, weather permitting, for games 2 and potentially a game 3 if the Toucans can take. Well pitched today, not necessarily congratulations, and wish you guys and the rest of the team the best of luck for tomorrow.
Appreciate it. Yeah, we're looking forward to it. We'll be back.
Cool. Right, we'll see you guys tomorrow, 11 o'clock. Thank you, Brian.